Hello! Now that I've suckered everyone in here into the PiperMakes stream, I'm just gonna kind of get right into it. Ba-ba. It is feet. That's what I'm working on today. It's all feet. It's always feet. No problem, thank you. It's good stuff. Let me get rid of the old and busted. Where did I put you? You're not even a component. I think probably right now the Corridora. I had a lot of fun trying to figure out how to make the muscle work in CAD. Yeah, it was kind of like real challenging, so getting it to work right in this program was kind of like tricky. But overall it was a lot of fun to just kind of work through. Now, with this guy, I do really like kind of just the foot profile in general, so I'm gonna try to keep most of that, but I'm gonna kind of work it detail-wise into the more existing stuff. I always thought that the Geist had like a pretty good foot in general. I need a leg. Yeah, that was that was one of the first things that I did prior to starting this, was taking the base model and scaling it by 0.8 over 1.0. So you can see I take this boy and put him next to Sturgeon. It's a lot more appropriately scaled versus the original, which was like the scale of a Sturgeon. This one should be a lot more close. Hello. Hello. Let's see, do you have a center point? You should. The fact that it's asymmetrical is going to be kind of a butt. I think, I'm gonna, I don't know. I might kind of try and make it like a wombo combo in between, this current profile and the most recent Kaluga foot, but we'll see. I'm kind of just gonna see where the modeling goes. And no worries, that's what I'm here for. With this stuff. How's the streaming process treating me? I don't know. Like, no one said things are awful, so I'm inclined to believe that things are pretty okay. I like streaming. I think it's fun. It words. It's a good, not, I don't want to say it's like a good motivation, but it does incline me to kind of keep more towards like a schedule, more so than I usually do. And I also think it's just kind of like fun to hang out with the community that this is. I think about my feet a lot, if you can believe it. And you know, it's kind of like a bittersweet thing. I've been doing the mech stuff for like almost 3 years now. So I admit honestly, I'm not tired of them, but I definitely wouldn't mind working on something else. I love that Discord emote. I'm very glad that I made it. But I am really excited for the VC. I think they're going to be a lot of fun. I'm like looking back at this and I'm just kind of like, this whole thing is a mess. No champers, awful geometry. What was I thinking? And I might... One of the things I did with the Watchmen, and I think maybe to some extent the corridor, was I angled this kind of like socket piece. And I think what I might do is on this one have it angled a little bit like that versus just a straight. Give it a little bit more of a wide stance. I can't remember if it was the big toe on the inside. It is on the inside. Okay, so this is backwards. I am glad that the stream is mostly not awful. I'm just like wiggling things around now. Right? Did I put it on the inside? Yeah. I'm just gonna make it symmetrical. Probably it bugs the heck out of me. Okay. Let's break this down into bits. what's that meme? It's a secret code that we'll use later. I don't know. Yeah, it's a secret toe we can use later. Like, why is there geometry in there? Hmm. Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm thinking about potentially incorporating from like the kind of newer calligraphy is possibly the inclusion of a dew claw. I've said it before, but I do quite like the direction they went with Farsight's foot. Um, Although that kind of seems to be a bit of contention in that people either like kind of like you hate it or you like it. I think it's like it's definitely kind of odd. I don't think very much of the process, but some people do. Yeah, the far feet. I quite like them. I think they were a neat step in an interesting direction. Let's see if this does what I want to do. Well, sorta kinda. I mostly want to get rid of this. A lot of the streams... Excuse me. A lot of the streams are me just fighting with Fusion usually. But like right now, I'm just kind of like going through the process of removing detail of an object. It kind of makes it easier to like work the base forms. Like if I were to go in, I wouldn't really be able to do very much with this piece because it's already kind of finished. I would have to like go through, remove all the chamfers, remove the panel lining, delete some of this detail and whatnot, like if I wanted to make any kind of meaningful change to it. I was like, I wonder how long it would take me to make a Lego, but I don't want to get distracted. I don't actually, you know what? I'm gonna make like a little cube. I don't know what the dimensions are of a Lego though, so we're gonna kind of like wing it. Nope. What are the nubs? Like, an eighth of an inch? I think that sounds about right. I'll make all my mech, Lego compatible. And then I'll have to worry about them breaking my door down. No, let's do 0.065. Yeah, next. And then we can show that out. Brick. Yeah, oh, no way. That's kind of wild. I don't honestly do a lot of ground up modeling anymore. At least with the PiperMakes stuff. It kind of helps to keep things consistent, if that makes sense. I do a lot of tweaking and changing though. Forbidden Lego. Oh, where'd you go? That's better. I have no idea. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. It would be, I would probably have to like take a break from whatever VC I was working on to do anything like that. I think it would be less if they introduced new models and more if they introduced new units. And those units were particularly interesting. I would go back and model something akin to them. I think would be something that I would do. It would be interesting, and I know a lot of people would like that if they did something with like allies. I think the closest thing to a troop-sized suit that they would do would be anything in like the XP2 line, who probably things scaled more around like the stealth suits or the experimental suit that Shadow Sun uses. Is Dark Strider in like an XV15? Yeah. Yeah, if they do any like particularly neat new units, I could see myself going back and modeling something. Or doing a kit based off of whatever it ends up being. I think the two... I don't actually know what would be likely in that instance if they would do like a Caius, like XV22 based prototype. But I would in general be curious to see what they do next with the line, if they do anything. Well, they will do stuff, but I don't know what it is. But I would be curious. Is Space Hulk still a thing? Is that still a game format? I don't actually know. I would say the only way they would do a 46 is if they brought it in with like a Tau based Space Hulk thing, and I don't think they'll do that. If they did like a bespoke stealth suit team, I could see them kind of maybe doing like a character for that. But I don't think they're getting one of those. Although I don't personally keep too much in line with what's being released. Yeah, my thought was that the Pathfinder stuff would be like kind of their cool kid thing. And they also gave us the Farstalker kin bands, so like we did actually get pretty good stuff, I think, all things considered. Now... I keep forgetting that's the inside or the... It's the inside, so that would angle Right? Yes, okay. I was right. We'll do that rotation later. If I... No, that wouldn't work. Or... See, the trick you run into... I didn't say trick. The issues that you run into with like adding anything to the foot that kind of like go above this line where the joint interacts is that it kind of like severely limits the posability that you can do, and I'm all about that posability, especially if I'm gonna rotate this at like a 20 to a 15 degree. Well, we'll see. No, nope, nope. That's the... Okay, cool. Wrong button. Okay, so we're just gonna split this, and I'm gonna pull everything off of these. I honestly think it would be pretty wild if they gave them some kind of like a jet bike equivalent. Although, I don't know how the Eldar folks would take it. Although there are plenty of jet bikes in general in-game, so... Yeah, exactly. True. I want to leave this thing. Hmm. Uh-oh. Huh. Nope. Sorta, kinda. Yeah, I just had a little hiccup. I think if you refresh stream, it should be fine. Back on my end. Hmm. Are folks still in chat in general? Or did it, like, completely get borked? Okay. It's not, like, totally borked. That's cool. Only a little borked. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, good. I'm not really quite sure what happened there, but it sure did happen. As long as things are mostly still working, that's pretty good. Well, saying the broadcast ended. If you refresh the page, it should fix things, or rather, have the stream come back. But honestly, I'm not really 100% sure what I'm doing. It's never that simple. They should be in the bottom left-hand corner. If the thing shows up on Twitch, this is Last Stop by Carl Casey. On Spotify. Gotcha. It shows up a little bit better on the YouTube VODs. All the text kind of does. Versus running the Twitch at like the source resolution. Yeah, if you want. I just found a copyright-free synthwave playlist, and this one has so far been pretty okay. Cool beans. Did I not angle that enough? Shouldn't be that far off. That's better. Only the best stealth drones. Weird, but okay. They're like suggestive field drones, where they kind of like bump into you and like kind of try to push you out of the way. You know, I'm just thinking of them like, because the drones are supposed to have like the intelligence of like a Labrador or like a small child, so I'm just imagining them like kind of like passive aggressively bumping into things. I would have to model a whole cup onto the lower leg. It would be weird. I'd say advantage to words. Advantage to words. Advantage to disadvantage. It wouldn't really be that different than doing either the other way. Strength-wise between the two joints. Although you could argue... Where's the leg? No, that would be more appropriate on like the surgeon. Doing a joint like I did with the orca, where the ball joint in and of itself is a separate entity that kind of can rotate up and down. Like... Where's this separate? Having that kind of be like that kind of an entity, so you can do really downward angled stuff. But at this scale, it's not really conducive because you have to slot out the whole leg. I admit, though... and having little kind of bad guys balance it. Points with a side dew claw coming out. I kind of might kind of like that. Kind of like that idea. I'm gonna play around with that a little bit more, but I will be right back. Okie dokie. Oh. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna play with that idea a little bit. Yeah, I try to not be gone too long. And yeah, like I was saying on the Discord streaming channel, probably once I get this foot kind of like wrapped up to where I'm happy, I will pull it over into Lychee and do some supporting for it. If anyone wants to see how I do supports and stuff. I don't think that that's particularly special, but I imagine it could be maybe useful. Although I have no idea how long this will actually take me to get to a decent state. Kind of varies from piece to piece. Hmm. But like that's the goal anyway, is to get it to that point today, so I can test out how the legs print and if they look good. I think they'll look good because I am quite pleased with them so far. And then I think after that, I'll probably get into the torso if I don't actually get into some of that tonight. But most of that is going to be kind of boring, and that I'm just mostly removing detail and kind of getting the sculpt ready to ready for me to start like doing some heavy modifying to it. Mm. I'm like, do I want a panel line around this? I could. Is it worth it? No. You know what? Let me... Foot. Leg. Leg. No, foot. I was right. Oh no, it's more feet. The absolute horror. Not you, you're a leg. No, probably not. Having like grippers as a base is not conducive to being sturdy. Yeah, pretty much. It's a good platform. think. Oh, what happened there? And I think if I... Just like goats, they crave that mineral. I think I'm here for this. Now I just gotta put it all together and then detail it and do all that work. Easy game. So let's... What are you... Wait, what am I looking at? Do the easy stuff first. I know it says first time chat, but I feel like you've definitely been in streams before, Mechanical Frog. I could totally be wrong, though. Oh, did not, the forbidden geometry, the forbidden foot. We did it. We got there. I'm doing pretty okay. I, finally visited my friendly local game store and left a Kalapa there. Which I think is just very fun. I am actually a little sad to learn though that they only do like tabletop, 40k, kill team, all that jazz once a month, which is kind of a little sad, but you know, I'll take it over not being able to play 40k at all. But now the implication is that I have to actually build an army and paint things. Yeah, right, paint an army? Imagine. No, see, I'm not gonna get caught in that trap again. 3D printer does not go burr. Because if the 3D printer goes burr, I very easily get overwhelmed with bids. And I think this time the smart thing to do would be to do things like print single figures at a time and only print new stuff if I've painted the old stuff. And I think that'll kind of like keep things in line. Airbrush is a thing I want to get. I've been looking into the little desktop I don't know what it's called, but it keeps the it like sucks up the particulate, and it's for your desktop. Like an airbrush hood? Vent? It's not really a vent, but something like that. Spray boot, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. I've been looking at them. Yeah, no, I do not intend to get a, I don't intend to get like a super expensive airbrush, but I do intend to get something decent. I think Iwata is the name that comes up a lot, although Greg was telling me that there are, there's a similar level of quality, American brand that, he couldn't think of the name, and I don't know the name. Badger sounds familiar to me. That's probably what it is. But probably one of those two brands. Probably something in the Iwata family though, because that's the one that I'm actually familiar with. Although having a brand that is local-ish, it does sound pretty nice. Okay, so you see, on my way back from my friendly local game store, I realized that I don't think I can actually do Zenithal the way I paint minis. And I could be wrong, because I don't actually know very much about painting techniques besides dry brushing, my favorite technique. But to my understanding, Zenithal requires the model to be built, because you're kind of like light source shadowing the entire model. And I paint everything in bits. I paint all the bits. And you can't really Zenithal bits, to my understanding. I could be wrong, but it doesn't really strike me as something that makes sense. I am one of the unfortunate people that paints everything in like not even sub-assemblies, because nothing is assembled. But regardless of being able to do zenithals or not, that is a thing that I am looking into getting set up in the printer room. That way I can like use the airbrush to do stuff. I don't know. I spit on all my models? No big deal. Oh, oh boy. Going really back to tradition. I pre-chew all my resin models. But actually, the real reason I want to get an airbrush set up is for the Gunpla and the model making. I have so many kits that I've kind of held off on building because I want to paint them. I've got... man, what is this thing doing? Fusion, gonna fusion. I've got some wound warts that I want to paint. I've got the Stickler Studio wound wart kits that I want to paint. I've got some Zoids I want to paint. I've got some Gundam I want to paint. You're not wrong. Zoids. Like, yeah, well, not quite the 80s Zoids, a little bit after that. I think like Chaotic Century and Zoids Battle something? I think those were like early 2000s. But yeah, you had the original Zoids, were like Takara Tommy. What did this do? Not what I wanted it to. And eventually they kind of like advanced the line beyond the original Tommy kits. And now, Kotobukiya and Hasbro have licensing to make, like high-end, kind of very detailed, model kits. Let me... I just posted pics of this not too long ago. Discord. Oh, it's in streamer mode. Not gonna do what I want it to. That's frustrating. The cast system for Liger was very, very good. And is kind of partially why I wanted to do the commander kit the way that I modeled it, with all the separate magnetizable bits. Okay, let me just off for a second from as image. Give me what I want. There we go. Open in browser. Zoids. That's one of the only model kits that I've actually painted. And it sits in my display case. Oh, I can paint. I just don't. It's time consuming is not the word. It kind of is. But yeah, no, I do actually in fact paint things. Imagine. Let me well, this thinks. I think I saved a pic of that. For people who aren't in the Discord or following the Patreon too closely, or who are just here for the mech, I don't know. If you're just here for the mech and none of those other things, that's pretty cool, all things considered. That's Punchbot. I can paint, kind of. I don't know if I would call it mentally exhausting. It is exhausting though. I think I'm like I definitely can't sit down and just power through things like I used to. Whereas I can sit down and power through things if I'm modeling them in CAD. Can I spend 8 hours building Gunpla still? Probably not. Can I spend 8 hours modeling things in Fusion? Yes, and I do. Pretty regularly. But it's actually kind of frustrating. I used to be able to like just sit down and work my way through kits like no problem. But like it took me almost an entire day on and off to build a 1/144 scale Gundam aerial. And that's not really a complicated kit. Oh, I love that. I really quite like Punchbot. Punchbot was a fun spot of inspiration. And I'm kind of thinking as I get into the Void Crafted, I'll probably do like little one-off kits like that for the fish mech stuff when the inspiration strikes, because they are kind of fun to do, just little one-off afternoon modeling sculpts like that. Especially if it's like a low impact kit bash. That would actually, you know, honestly be pretty good stream content. Thinking about it. Yo, I love extra bits that may or may not be useful for kit bashing. Which is kind of like the month after this, after the Angler rework, I'm gonna be doing a lot of like little. I keep saying like OC bits, like original character bits, but original character isn't quite right because they're not really characters. Uh-oh, Discord. Don't make noises. But it is going to be kind of like more original, not necessarily a, it doesn't necessarily serve like a tabletop purpose, at least not for 40k. But like, I think OPR has a bunch of like random stuff you can use, and the like, but this is just kind of like cool modeling bits I've wanted to make almost the entire time that I've been doing this, but never really had a good chance to, which is kind of like the Melee month. But just less themed. And I will admit, the Melee pack was a lot of fun. At least modeling wise. Actually organizing it was a nightmare, and it's still not really that optimized. Okay, I need to remove this stuff. Now, theoretically, what should happen is it removes all of this feature and cuts off at this face, this face, this face, and this face. But I think Fusion's gonna have a good think about it, and then not. But we'll see. I hit that cool kid delete button. Oh, it's thinking. Not quite, but an A for effort. And we can use that. Maybe. Oh. No. And we can cut these buggers in half. This side. Get rid of you. Nope. Still not really about it. Okay, so together. Maybe? Yeah, Fusion says no. Fusion says no a lot. It really, doesn't like letting me do things sometimes. Although I am asking it to do arguably bizarre things. Fusion's way is not doing it at all. And then usually I either have to find a workaround or get creative. Most of the time the latter. Yeah. The nail on the head. Let me just respond to that real quick. So... I'm kind of like, do I want to make this a separate bit? That way people could pose the dew claw as they want. I don't think it's that small. Let me see. I love this one. I love this one so much. Ba -ba -ba -ba. It's a little bit bigger than an eclipse hand. That's not terrible. I have to reposition it. And then let me see what the tolerances look like. Where is the socket? Socket. There we go. Nope. Nope. Hate that. Like, watch as I delete this entire leg. Maybe? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of... It's one of those things where I don't think it would matter to, like, most people, and probably what I'll do is I'll just have two. One foot where it's just stock, there's only one pose, and that's kind of it. And then I'll probably do, like, another one that has the ability to have that piece posable. Because I know when I was posing out Eclipse, there were a handful of times where I was like, I don't want to make the Duclaw posable, but also it would aid in, like, the flow of some poses. And I'm all about that dynamism. But for reference, I might... It's probably gonna be this as just like the base pose. You know what? No, it'll just be one piece. I don't want to make it posable. No? Why? Oh, that's why. It is a struggle though, kind of like deciding stuff like that. It very frequently comes down to like, do I, me personally, feel like building it like that? Will I get frustrated given enough time? And sometimes yes, sometimes no. Really, it usually ultimately comes down to how many times do I have to build this kit? And something like this where it's like you might have like 2 or 3, it wouldn't be awful. But if it were something like on the koi, where you've got like, I don't know, I don't actually know how many koi you run. I was gonna say like 5 or 6. It might get kinda tedious to have to pose each dew claw every time. But also, I'm biased because I just like building things. This is the last kit that I'm gonna redo though. For whatever it's worth. But yeah, I do definitely like kind of going back and being like, this is how much I've improved since I started. It's an interesting feeling. Um, but inevitably, every time, I will have a couple people who will be like, oh no! Either like, I just bought this kit, which is fine, debatably, because I'm gonna update all the file sets regardless. Or they'll be like, oh no, I just printed a bunch of them, and then I kind of feel bad. Oh yeah, 100%. Really what it ends up being, is I'll be modeling one kit. Like, when I was working on the Mako, I was like, man, some of these pieces, or no, actually, better example, the, I've actually got Eclipse open, where these legs, I love this style of leg with like the disc knee, or the disc joint rather, and like I can tell you for a fact when I do the stuff next month, I'm gonna be making a scale version of this for the koi as one of the bits of the kit. It's a little bit more difficult to like actually pose, but I'm gonna make it work because I really want to do that. But like stuff like that, it'll be like I'll be working on a kit, and, I'll get like halfway through it or most of the way through it and be like, this would look really good as an option for another kit, and then never having the actual chance or time to do the thing. But now I get to do the thing. Like one last little kind of like fun party hurrah. Oh, that not quite. But yeah, no, I'm kind of hoping after I get the last of the PiperMakes stuff done, I will have enough bits and bobs and ends in my library to kind of just like, if I need like a custom part or something, I've got enough bits that I can like relatively easily tweak without having to actually spend too much time. Yeah, Fusion says no. It says no again. It really doesn't want me to do this. I have enough stuff to make stuff. And I was actually... I'll post this question here because there's like there's at least a couple people in chat. One of the things I'm thinking about doing once the PiperMakes wrap up, besides the Void Crafted, which is the intent, starting words. This is gonna be like a long-winded explanation. So when the PiperMakes wrap, on my Patreon specifically, I will be introducing a secondary tier, same, probably the same cost as the initial, the $10, so there'll be two $10, and then there will probably be like a $15 tier, and the $15 tier will be the Void Crafted, but I'll also be rerunning the fish mech. And then the other $10 tier will just be rerunning the fish mech. Because I know not everybody got in on that when I started. It'd be pretty cool. I think as a way to get models that you might not have, and it's also supports me, which is pretty cool. But the actual question that I wanted to pose, probably I'll probably stick it to the fish mech rerun tier and the fish mech void crafted tier. But one of the things that I was thinking about doing is I like to tinker and I like to personalize, and despite having an entirely personalized force completely modeled, I'm probably going to tweak whatever I end up using for my fish mech force. And I kind of like was thinking that like having that be like part of like a tier, like say I go to build a unit of koi, I'm probably gonna like plate up bits and stuff and make some not necessarily standard koi, but koi nonetheless. And as like a thing, making those, or rather making my pre-plates available as like a unit you could build. Not necessarily anything new per se. Like if someone like I was trying to think of a like a word for it, and I was like Piper selects or something. I don't know. It's working. But having something like that, where like on top of whatever fish mech rerun is on, if I do go through and build like my own unit for whatever army I'm working on at the time, having those plates be available for other people to use. This would be not necessarily on top of the pre-plates, but like in addition to. But like a good example I could think of is if like I ever did anything for not that they'll ever come back, because I don't think they will at this point, but when the 8 was a thing, like having a plate specifically for like Torch Star, and like this plate builds this one model specifically, if that makes sense. Like you could download this plate, here's a render, it builds just that. No options to it, just that one figure. I think that would be kind of like a neat thing to offer. In addition to occasionally whenever I actually end up making my own stuff. See, I don't know if I would actually make it like a buyable thing, because well, no, I don't know, I have to like give it some more thought, but reload out specialized kit, yeah, that kind of would be the idea, I think, behind it. Oh, didn't the one that died though? Isn't he like their throwaway and they kill him off all the time? Or yeah, what was his? What was his? It wasn't Pure Tide. I know the one that they killed off in the Arcs of Omen is kind of like their throwaway 8 character, in that they just bring him back. I think he's like canonically died a couple times now. They just keep bringing him back. He's a Zombo. They'll just bring him back again. What are my thoughts on 10th edition? You know, honestly, I don't really know. I think it looks like it could be neat, but I don't have enough experience with the current edition at all to really have much of an opinion. I'm excited that I'll mostly... Yeah, exactly, they killed Kenny. But it's the Tau Kenny. Yeah, no, I think it's got a better feel than 9th. For reference, I've only ever played 4th, really, with like a tiny bit of 5th, before I kind of fell out of the hobby. But like with that said, I am pretty excited, I think, for what it could be. And from the previews that I've seen, it doesn't seem bad, but I'm not really like one to have much of an opinion, just because I'm not really that versed in 9th anyway. It can't be worse than 8th, at least. I remember everyone saying 8th was quite bad. I think I'm gonna put a false pivot point between these two things and then call that detail. But I was telling Adrian over on Tabletop Titans that I am looking forward to it. I think it'll be a nice addition to kind of get back into things. Having been out of the actual tabletop format for as long as I have been. And like anyone who knows knows that I was a mid player mainly, which is why my kits have all the options that they do, because I was spoiled for choice there with like the 4th Ed Carnifex. Some of the models are a little bit hit or miss, but I do really like some of the newer range that they've shown for the NIDs. There are the there are certain aspects of the new Screamer Killer that I think are pretty cool, and there are aspects that I don't think are pretty cool. But I'm a kit basher, so anything that I don't really care for, I can fix. No, your opinion is correct. The new posing on the Shrike is terrible. And is one of the things that I really don't like about it. It's just not natural looking. And I find a lot of the posing from GW to be kind of hit or miss recently. Some of it's good, some of it not so much. Like, I think it's kind of telling that almost all of the decently posed Farsight sculpts are not in the stock pose. They're one of the ones that I think are kind of weird. There's just something about them. But yeah, you know, the new nids that I like, I do really like. The new nids that I don't like, I really do not care for. And like, some aspects of the Mortar Gaunts are kind of neat, but really, really hit or miss. And I'm kind of like, I don't think this is the case, because it would be really foolish of them, with them just not having an updated Hormigaunt sculpt. They haven't revealed anything on it, and given that the Termagant has a new sculpt, I have to believe it's probably got one. But I also think it would be incredibly funny and on brand for them to just be like, we forgot, it's not coming out yet. I do believe the only reason they did that is because they're gonna give him that he's gonna have a new rules in 10th. And that the kit that they release where it's just Farsight is going to have the updated rules. That's what I think they're gonna do anyway. I do admit that it is kind of frustrating that they didn't have anything in the Arcs of Omen Border Patrol. I just want a dabbing Stealer to go along with my dabbing Shadow Sun. Pandora, I do not think they will. And I'll tell you why. One, they would need to make, like... Okay, so... not way back, early 2000s, there was a lawsuit case between Games Workshop and Chapter House. And that is famously the case that Games Workshop mostly lost, but still managed to shut Chapter House down just through I have more money than you, so I can tie you up in litigation. Chapter House was a third-party like custom figure seller, not really authorized like Forge World, but they were for the most part making things that didn't have models or were compatible with XYZ Games Workshop figure. Yeah, it's just that it could be construed as the Chapter House lawsuit again, in that there's a reason that Games Workshop doesn't really make kits anymore, or doesn't have rules for things that don't have kits. No, you got it. And the reason for that is because anyone can make an alt kit. There's something that doesn't have a kit, and technically could call it as such because there are no models for the fusion blades. If I wanted to, I could make and sell a file or a print of fusion blades and be totally fine because there's no actual physical model for it. And that's kind of why I think they did away with a handful of those things. I could be totally wrong though. That's kind of like my speculation. Yeah, honestly, I would like to bring them back because then it would give the model that I did for the commander a purpose. But I don't think that they'll Oh, there we go. Okay, that's why. Never mind. I'm just talking to myself. Oh, damn. Yeah, it's a little bit late. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. I do plan to do a lot more of this. The streaming, that is. No worries. Again, I just appreciate the company. I both know absolutely nothing and have zero opinion on anything that isn't the nose. It's all a lot of words. Oh, you almost had it. I'm one of the I'm one of the people where every Marine looks the same. Hmm. I am sure there's like nuance and stuff between the different units. I know the difference, I think, or rather I, are they, you know what, I lied, I don't know. I was gonna say, I know the difference between the ones with the cool thigh plates and the ones that don't have the cool thigh plates. But outside that, I got nothing. That, and I like how the Terminators look. Alright, you know what? No, no? But how about now? Nope, still not. What if I do that? No, kinda, it's that one spot, that's fine. I can stay. But yeah, no, outside like Tau and Nids and I guess Eldar to an extent, I don't really know very much about the other stuff. Maybe? No? Nope. Nope. Okay, that's fine. We could... Oh. Oh, that's right, I mirrored it. How to do it. Ah, there we go. I saw someone mentioning the the bamboo FDM, and I was looking into that and I thought it's pretty neat. Not quite as large as I would want an FDM if I was like gonna go out of my way to get another one after Tall Boy. But I've seen some pretty ridiculous results with that one. Oh, what's... Oh, I messed up. No, I didn't. That were like, I think because you can do 2 different materials with it, or multiple materials with it, I've seen people use like the water dissolvable filaments to print some pretty ridiculous stuff. But then I've also seen like some FDM miniature scale stuff that was like, that's an FDM? I'm detail orientated around things that I like, if that makes sense. If I was actually interested in Marines, it would be one thing. But I don't have very much interest of my own in them. I always kind of saw it like, I'm already people, so I don't want to play the people. It's like the same thought process whenever I play like an MMO. Okay. Right? Yeah, okay. Let's get this boy filled up. Mhm. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, it is mirrored, isn't it? So I can just do this once. No worries. Um, I don't really like have much of a schedule. Yet I might, but I think I want to try to do like three to four times a week, give or take. At least that's the idea. But yeah, no, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, time zones get kind of wonky. But I'll put all the VODs up this time on my YouTube. Unlike last time where I didn't save any of them. Oh yeah, cool beans. I'm just pleased that I can actually do this stuff again. All things considered. Geist foot, just that. Leave him on the rollers. Oh, wait. Hmm. Hmm. Nope. Maybe it'll just get left like that. Huh? What did I do? I guess I have a panel. But I might not. I think I might. It's smooth. Maybe? That's what we're doing. And maybe like some variations. See, it's when Fusion gives me a chamfer like this. That's just like, you couldn't have made it smooth. No, you get this weird thing going. There's like next to nothing you can actually do to get it to be like clean like that. Very frustrating. 0 out of 10. Bad program. Fusion is mid at best. Low tier at worst. Which one? Or rather, what was I saying around it? Oh, it being mid? Nope. It being mid or low tier at best. That's not like that one spot. Nope, so really? Yeah, alright, I guess. Yeah, I finally have the internet to do the streaming stuff. Oh, the chamfer? That bit? This is just full of artifacts that it doesn't want to like that. Yeah, the chamfer. A chamfered edge. That's what this is called. It's like the opposite of filleting. Chamfer? Like that. No, no worries. And it's it's really not liking any of them. Sometimes it can be very temperamental with that stuff. This is usually where the program crashes. And I'm gonna just do the edges that I know will chamfer. And I'm gonna just save outside of the autosave. Yeah, no. It is like one of my favorite things to do in this program is to chamfer all of the exterior edges. It's completely unnecessary to the point of redundancy, but it just renders better. If you render an object that has like a full edge with like no knock to it, it doesn't look real. It distracts from it being like an object. But if you chamfer or fillet all the edges, you wind up with something that renders more realistically. I wouldn't say it makes it easier, but it does let me do that. Yes. It honestly, it adds a whole another level of tedium to it. Because I have to go through and click all the edges that need to be highlighted. But it's worth it. I think it looks very good. Why are you doing this? Stupid. Leave me. Oh, fair enough. I guess I haven't painted enough of these things to really notice. Although I will say, having painted a couple of these, I'm much more appreciative of adding this gap to this detail because it makes painting the gold a lot easier, because the gold tends to want to stay on this piece and not get on anything else, whereas the other one had this running all the way up to this wall. This tended to want to get gold paint on it, which is kind of a pain to cover. Which is why I'm doing this a lot more often now. Same thing with the Void Crafted, having painted a couple of those. No, that is not allowed, unfortunately. That's the one thing that I don't like about streaming is sometimes I just want to listen to my music and not copyright free tracks. But if I were to play like Take On Me, I don't know if it would get taken off of YouTube, but it would definitely on Twitch. Oh, excuse me. It would definitely mute that entire portion of the stream. I am very excited to get into the VC. But yeah, if I wanted to stream and also simultaneously play Take On Me, I would not be able to. It's annoying. Because sometimes I just want to listen to Aha. Yeah, not a fan of that. So it's just easier to avoid entirely, even if that isn't as satisfactory. I've got I got a whole schedule up on the Discord stuff under their little section. But yeah, it's gonna be another faction set. But I'm gonna try to be leaning more into model agnosticism over specifically making things for that one tabletop. Well, that will be the main theme, though. It should be quite good. Kabuski's drawn me some pretty cool concept art so far to work off of. Yeah, exactly. You will most definitely be able to use things as things. Honestly, I listen to a lot of um hmm. I was gonna say I listen to like a lot of OSTs and stuff, but my actual music taste is kind of all over the place. I have been listening to a lot of Millie, which I think is quite good. Oh. But what I'm listening to now on Spotify isn't too drastically different from what I usually listen to. Exactly. I like the tunes. Music's just good. I like it when Neil bangs out the tunes. Really, most of the time, I'll hyperfixate on a single song and just replay it over and over and over again until it permeates my YouTube algorithm, and then I'll just let YouTube do whatever. Oh, that's gross. Like, if I could just throw on some Utsupi and not get copyright into the ground by Twitch or YouTube, I would. But I can't. I don't think I can, anyway. Ooh. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to happen. Fine. Hate that. Stupid. Like, was that so hard, Fusion? You couldn't do that yourself? I think, oh, nope. I was like, I think I got all the edges, but I did not. Oop. Of course, it's not gonna like that. Oh my god, just... What? Thank you. That's the entire stream, is just me getting progressively more frustrated with Fusion. Although, to be fair, it's actually been pretty good lately. I haven't really had too many crashes on streams. I think maybe like once or twice I had to restart. Knock on wood. Yeah? What you doing? Oh, my goodness, Mouse is on the loose. Fusion death flag. That's what that is. No worries, man. Have a good night. I should be doing this not quite often, but often enough. With some amount of frequency. No worries. It's like, how long have I been active? It's like 3-ish hours. It's pretty good. It's not too bad. Making good time. There you are. Ooh. This should be able to get a pretty decent range of motion. I'm here for it. Hear that. Yeah, feet. I've been working on feet for the past 3 hours. And I'm quite pleased with things. I do need to adjust the pose a little bit. But yeah, that was the idea. The Mecha Feet OnlyFans. Oh, I did it again. It's better. I'm here for it. I dig it. Whew. And it's like keeping similar to the original Geist kind of aesthetic while also kind of making it not that. I'm a fan. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to printing a couple of these. And I think with the stealth effects that I kind of have in my head, it'll be pretty cool. I'm gonna let this render, but while it's doing that, I will be right back. I'll just, usually I pop over to the BRB screen, but I think I'll just leave this, no, I will put it, be right back. I'll be right back. Okie doke. Let me... Let's do one other. Yeah, I should be able to, I should be able to send that. Give me one sec. Can I share the whole thing? Yeah, I can. It's looped once already, so I think it's about 3-ish hours of stuff. But it is pretty good. Usually I like synthwave as like a background working music. I think it's pretty good. It lets me down the least, usually. I really like this this style of cabling. I might mirror it up here to just kind of keep the aesthetic going throughout. Ah, no worries. Alright, cool. Beans. Let's see. I'm gonna save. This is saved. So I think at this point I'm gonna port some of this stuff over to OBJs, and then I'm gonna bring it into Lychee and do some supporting. There we go. Words. If you're not interested in that, that's cool. But if you want to do that, that's cool too. Not the boss of you. I think supporting is kind of relaxing to an extent. But I think it's also not that fun to watch, but I also think modeling isn't that fun to watch. That's... Review... Waste file... Rahatalius is pretty good. That is a person who occasionally pops up on my YouTube. I like lo-fi, and it's pretty good to model to. But one of the things I really don't like, with some playlists, without vetting them first, is that sometimes I'll run into lyrical music, and it doesn't make any sense to me why you would have lyrical music on a if the person wasn't talking at all, I guess maybe, but it just kind of seems weird to have vocals in the background of a stream where someone's talking. And I to get back to that point, because I completely went over it. A lot of lo-fi playlists will occasionally have lyrical music, which just bugs the heck out of me. Exactly, it's distracting. I don't want to like have to talk over stuff like that. Alright, so I've got that. We're gonna go ahead. And then I need you. And you. Yeah, I don't know how they do it. There are faces everywhere in my stuff. It's kind of actually frustrating. One, two, three. Wait, what? Hmm? 3, 5, 6. Okay, 6 bits to support. That's not too bad. Okie doke. So WJ. Ba, 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 ba. Geist V2. Yes. You are the upper leg. And then the goal is after this, after I get done supporting this, I might do a little bit of work on the torso, but I might also end stream after the supporting, go to test print these, and then post the results to the Discord whenever that happens. My guess is it's probably going to be like a 3 to 4 hour print, given the size of the upper leg. But we'll see. Okay, this display is pretty okay. Nothing dubious. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna, real quick, everything's saved. That's not saved, that's fine. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save legs. Let's be saved. And the actual Geist is already saved. Actually, I think it's a pretty good update so far. I do think the torso, with the exclusion of the core and the usual features, I think is going to differ quite a bit, which should be interesting. See? I think anything so. Save that as a test print file, so if I need to tweak these, I can. Let me just let that get done saving. Oh. Okay, look. Let me pop out of Fusion, get back into Lychee. Okay. Alright, so we're going to add stuff to scene. The tests folder. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I think the overall design language is a lot closer to my standard stuff now, which is mostly why I decided to just completely resculpt this one. Or mostly resculpt this one. 5mm off the plate. And we can this stuff over here. Let me find my islands. But yeah, I think after like the Corridora, everything has kind of been like this amalgamation building on previous aesthetics that I've been like trying and kind of like working towards. And I think between like the Corridora, Eclipse, and what will be the Geist are they're gonna be like a really defined, this is the aesthetic that I like. Heavies, and we'll put those tips up to 70 for the first. I can't mirror this. So you start with your cool anchors. Then you kind of work down. And you hear a cat yelling in the background. For anyone who doesn't know, I have a cat. Her name is Mouse. No, that's Mouse. She's being a bit of a goblin. And bump that one up to 2.5. Yeah, no, sometimes she'll bother me on stream. Most of the time she doesn't, though. Oh my god, Nibbles is such a good name. Oh, that's what that is! Oh, I'm gonna get rid of that. Hold on. Oh, damn it. This little detail in here, you can kind of see, is the disc part of this uncut from it. I'm gonna remove that because I don't want to have to support it. It's not an issue on that one so much, but it is kind of annoying here. Oh. And so, one of the reasons that's cool about Lychee is if I keep this test print file saved, I can take this leg, make whatever changes I want to it, save it as the same, oh no, upper hip, upper leg. Yes, replace that OBJ. Then I can pop on over in the Lychee for the layout and update it, and there it is, it's gone. And all the supports are intact. Cute. That's cute though. I don't know why it's not letting me find islands. Weird, but okay. No worries, I get you. I'm gonna save that as a scene. I'm gonna file. Now I can find the islands. That was weird. Oh, the Discord's fantastic. Right back to it. So you can do auto supports in Lychee, and it's usually pretty competent. I just don't, because I'm better at supporting than the auto program is. I've been at the resin printing for close to 4 years now. I'm not quite as good as like Atlas or specifically Hades, but I can support a print so that it'll print and it won't fail. Whereas if I were to like auto support things, it might work, but I'm probably going to go through and tweak a lot of the stuff anyway. So it's just easier to do it myself. And having done a ton of my own models in Lychee, I've got a pretty decent idea of where things need to be supported and where they don't. No worries. Everyone starts somewhere. And like for most people, the auto supports are pretty much they're good enough. But it's like a your mileage may vary kind of deal. And like that's all we need to do there. And I don't really need bracings. And that's the leg. Yeah, no, if I can give any advice to like people getting into this hobby, learning how to support yourself is super useful. Especially if you've got like a pre-supported file that like is not working too great. You go in and just tweak stuff so that it'll actually work. Why? Yeah, excellent. I pretty much learned through copying Atlas's supports and a lot of trial and error on my own. And the Amerilabs town test. Best thing for calibration. The cones aren't good. Hot take. Is that like as like an FDM print? One layer on SLA is very tiny. Hate doing that though. Oh, fair. Sorry, can you spoiler tag that? Little. I try to be pretty mindful about the NSFW stuff. If you put a picture up, you should be able to, not like post it, but if you put it into your text message spot and right click it, it should be able to spoiler tag. And that basically keeps the image hidden unless you click on it. I hate doing that stuff. Not off the top of my head. I know you can do it on mobile, but I know it's more convoluted. Yeah, market spoiler. And then just put like Twitch chat for context, or like from Twitch chat. Rotate. See, this one's a tricky one. I think we'll do it like that. Just a couple. Oh, no mirroring on this one. This is one of the ones where I do not like supporting it. Oh, it didn't have supports at all. How to do it. This is gonna look like garbage. Gross. Fair enough. It's all learning experiences. This one's gonna be a mixed bag. Did miss some. Alright. Well, that's a whole leg. 10 out of 10. Core is easy because I can mirror stuff again. Same thing with the hip. Hip and the core are going to be easy. I could mirror the supports. This big. This is the Saturn II. I could probably fit 2 to 3 full Geists on it. If I'm like really going for a tight pack. It's not bad, and I've got 2 of them. Really lets me get the prototype stuff and test prints out done relatively fast. I think we're gonna go for it. I think we'll just roll like that. And let me get her going. Okay. 7 the anchors. Yeah, all of the pre-plated file sets are based around the original Photon S, which is, for the most part, a pretty common build size. Or at least, it doesn't really get smaller than that, and they're pretty much the more commonly commercially available printer. That way, most people can load the pre-plates and not have issues. It's all about that accessibility. And then I can take 3 of those plates and put them on here. But yeah, it's pretty much the most common build size, and it doesn't really get smaller. Not usually, anyway. Oh, I didn't chant for that. Gross. Yeah, I tried to have them kind of like the generic base, because I know my stuff is complicated. There are a lot of bits usually. That was kind of the idea, was to kind of make it a little bit easier to get stuff going. Alright, so we can take you. And you. Put you like right there. Oh god, what did I do? That makes sense. The group. Oh, you know what I need? But I don't actually know if I've got one saved. Wikipedia. What? The Geist base. Like 109 or 107 by 90 millimeter. 105 millimeter. Do I have? Ew, it's not supported. That's fine. Yeah. Mirror, yep. Now here's something I could trust Lychee to auto support. Maybe. We'll see what it gives me. All that to find the islands, I guess. Okay. Auto support, generate auto normal. Here, let's see what it gives me. No, okay. That's fine, it's easy. Crank that bad boy up to one entire millimeter. And like, I know my supports on this are a bit overkill, but it's more of a I just want it to print. And I know that it'll do that for me. Oh yeah, like no, this won't fail. I've I've done this enough. It's just an annoying thing to print. Do I even want to do it? No, I don't, because it's gonna take like 5-6 hours to do that, so I'm not gonna do it. And that's supporting stuff. Alright, I'm gonna end stream here and get these guys running. I'm not actually sure when I'll stream next, but I'll figure that out. But for now, for hanging out, have a good night, everyone.